cold breeze, steel boots on the sand, no ease. Propellers hum the Soviet quest, but the island ain't weak, not less. Hot tanks roaring loud and clear, zombie hula girls, no fear. Tiki terrors rise, eyes ablaze, Soviets drown in the island haze. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. Hot tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls, hearts won't break. Under moonlight chants they clash, steel meets flame, bones will thrash. Cold War's heat, the island's grip, Tiki rage will never slip. Drums beat, wild waves take hold, Soviet shiver, hearts turn cold. In the depths of night they fail, Tiki terror's ancient tale. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. Hot tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls, hearts won't break. Hearts won't break.
Howdy, howdy, it's your old pal, Tiki the Hut. Thanks for joining me again on another Too Late Tonight with Tiki. Tried to be on time. I was a little bit late, but hey, you know, we're getting better. As you can see, almost the whole camera is taken up by this nice, big, huge piece of terrain. We'll be working on this tonight. And also this nice little bit of scatter terrain, too. Good for beach maps, you know. How's everybody doing? That's awesome, RK. Please tell her I said hi as well. I think she'll enjoy Bad Habit. It's always a fun mission. How is everybody doing? Hey, what's going on, Spoon? How you doing? Alright, let me get everything all set up here. Alright, so as you can tell, this is part of the Jungle Ruins map that I'll be using on my event, Clash of the Caribbean. So this is just a nice, huge, giant, like, destroyed piece of temple. So we're going to give it the usual treatment. Super lazy, but it works. We're going to hit it with a spray primer of Grey Seer, cover the whole thing in Agrax Earthshade. And then I'm going to try and pick out little bits here and there of just like some green vines. Definitely going to paint the eyes like a emerald jade, so that'd be kind of cool. But hey, that's just me. What are you guys working on? Also, we have this nice little piece of scatter terrain that hopefully will get painted today as well. Nice little shark bait, ooh ha ha. You know, got this going on. Figure very tiki, you know. I think it'll look good on the beach. And if you look at it compared to like bolt action style troops, I think it actually makes a decent little bit of you know, light cover. You can imagine trying to run up the beach past like some fishermen's canoes or outrigger canoes and past like this like shark kind of hanging up to bleed out. You know, you can see like machine gun rounds kind of impacting and hear like that soft like thud 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 as it like strikes the shark. No, I get it, Spoon. I like, as you can tell with my channel, I've always liked Konflikt 47, but I'm not like on the super hype train. Like, I've been excited about it, but all I need's rulebook and some dice. Because I play Imperial Japanese, there's nothing for me, and I know everyone's going goo goo gaga over the starter boxes, which is fine. Everybody has their own taste. The customer is always right in matters of taste. So, you know, if people enjoy the American and the German armies, that's awesome. I'm super happy for them. Not my cup of tea. You know, I do prefer Earl Grey, of course. So, I'm waiting for my Imperial Japanese. But I'm excited to get a new book, new rules book, you know. See how the Rift dice work. That'll be kind of cool. But I'm actually slowly rediscovering 40K of all things, actually. Spoon, after reading Bolt Action 3rd edition, you know, after reading that book a couple times, I had a sneaking suspicion, I'll talk about this on other streams, that I had a sneaking suspicion that 10th edition wasn't as bad as I thought it was. When I've actually read the rules for 10th edition, I was like, oh, this actually doesn't sound bad, especially when you look at like Crusade and stuff. So I'm gonna give it a try. Oh, Spoon, if you don't mind telling me, I would love, if you don't mind, of course. You know, I'd love to hear why. I'd love to hear what happened so I can kind of avoid that. Because I'd like to, because I'm going to try and start a Crusade, but I want to try and start a very chill, relaxed one. Look at Shifter Sean coming in with kind words. Squiggler Sean, our patron saint of obese loneliness. In your name we gorge in food. All right. While that's priming, let me bust out our purple, start working on the eyes of our mummies. Oh, okay. Well, that's a good point, Spoon 1000. So I've been reading, like I said, Dakota. Oh, so a bunch of us just sat around the game store. We try to get more bolt action players. I get it. So yeah, the idea of the Crusade that I'm thinking about running, if I have a few trial games coming up, if I like 10th edition. If I don't like 10th edition, I'll wait for the next edition. You know. I really don't like that it's not a points cost system. That kind of bugs me a little bit. Hey, what's going on? Cinematics, how you doing, buddy? So what we're thinking about doing, and what I think will make it a little bit different, is the Crusade is going to function very much like Galactic Conquest from Star Wars Battlefront 2. And what happens is there's four orders, right? Now I've taken a lot of ideas from a lot of different stuff, right? So there's 4 orders. There's order. Or I shouldn't say order. There's 4 alliances. There's order, chaos, the Hive, and the Tomb, right? So you break down every single list or every single army or faction you could take in 40k, and some of them belong to one of those 4 factions, and some of them can play for any of the factions. Like a good example would be the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard could be technically Chaos Guard, so they could fight for Chaos, or they could technically be under control of the GSC, and then therefore also fight under the Hive if they want. So you don't have to take GSC just to get that kind of feeling. We kind of let people pick what alliance they want to be part of, right? Yeah, I hear you there about the 10th edition rules. And so what we're doing is every month, one of the different alliances are going to be campaigning on a different planet trying to take it over. At the end of every month, there's going to be a dice roll to see if they take over one part of that planet. Now, if you showed up and played a game and you won, you know, for your alliance, that's going to affect the dice roll as like a +2. If you showed up and lost, it's still a +1. So there's actually a reason beyond just crusade points on why you're kind of showing up and fighting. And the cool part, what we're really excited about, is when you pick which one of the alliances you are, Order, Chaos, Hive, or Tomb, you also get to pick, and it's one of the things we're requiring that you have 500 points painted and ready, you know, for the Warhammer 40k side. We're also requesting that you have a kill team ready. So depending on which alliance you pick, you can pick a kill team in that alliance. Doesn't necessarily have to be the same faction that you play Warhammer 40k. A good example is you can be playing Imperial Guard, you know, for the Order alliance, for the Alliance of Order, but you could also have a kill team of naval breachers, you know, or a kill team of Arbites, you know, as long as it's in the alliance that you're part of. That way you can kind of get a little bit of a taste if you kind of want to step away from like 40k. You just want. And that also, when people kind of meet up, if they don't have time for like a 500 or 1,000 point 40k game, they can also just do a kill team. Now the kill team, you know, they don't level up through like under the Crusade rules, which is fine, but they also don't suffer battle wounds either, you know. So it's just like a real quick little team. So our cool thing is, even if you have to miss out a month, you know, even if you can't meet up, then like the crusade still kind of, it's a legit crusade. Like the four alliances are still fighting over all the planets, and like you're just a spearhead. You're just one unit in the whole ass alliance, which is kind of cool. So it takes away the whole thing. Hey, what's going on, Jenny? That was funny. I was just catching up on Squigger, Sean, and Cinematics' little chat there. I get the joke. I thought it was funny. But yeah, Spoon, any other advice you have for me trying to start a crusade? And again, this is only once I try 10th, if I actually like 10th, you know? Yes. I want to incorporate Battlefield Gothic, but I want to go slow. I don't want to completely overload myself, you know? So I'm doing Warhammer 40k and Kill Team, and then hopefully one day, especially when we do like a big meetup for like a Apocalypse game, like at the end of the Crusade, we'll incorporate Battlefield Gothic. That's my goal, anyways. What, Mike? You haven't upset me at all. What's going on, buddy? I'm sorry. The chat is just more and faster than I'm used to. So if I don't see something, I apologize. Please don't take it personal. I'm also trying to be better about paint and chat, and not just chat with no paint. So. And actually, Mike and his Big Buff Ladies were the first one to end the stream, believe it or not, which I appreciate. So the other big reason why I'm kind of excited if I do like Warhammer 40k 10th edition, doing a crusade, is opening it back up to Legends units. So I'm pretty excited about that. But the biggest rule, I've talked to a few of the guys who are interested. The big rule is it's a social contract, just no seal clubbing, like to keep it narrative, you know. So that the one crusade I was gonna join, I'm glad I didn't, because at the last minute one guy went Chaos Knight and everybody swapped to Knights. And out of the 8 people who were gonna play, 6 people were playing Knights or Chaos Knights. It turns like a legit, like arms race. Yeah, I'm excited to see your Battlefield 6 content when it comes out. I mean, I've been enjoying your shorts cinematics. They're pretty good. But yeah, any advice you have for me, Spoon, I greatly appreciate it, brother. Sorry to hear that your crusade fell apart and you had to leave. It's unfortunate, man. All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in, old gamer dad. I appreciate it, and good luck on your live sled dog expo. That actually sounds really awesome. But I appreciate the support. Thanks for checking in, man. Hopefully I'm entertaining enough to make it a decent watch later. I appreciate you doing that. So some of y'all may have saw the picture I had. I got a, I was buying used rhinos on eBay, right? And I got one. The scale wasn't really portrayed well in the picture, so when I got it, apparently it's like one of the first generations, but they like built it weird. Like it's like the front part's upside down. Hey, what's going on, Tom? So I'm not quite sure, but it's a lot smaller than the other rhinos. So I was kind of curious what I'm going to do with it, but I figured out what I'm going to do with it is that's what I'm going to do to build one of my own like custom like war tracks, you know, or war buggies for the orcs. You know, that way it's like the right scale because it's like smaller, you know. So I think that's probably what I'll end up doing with it. Because I also got an original orc truck from the Gorka Morka days, and that thing is absolutely tiny. If you haven't seen what like an original orc truck looks like versus the orc trucks now, it's insane how much bigger they've gotten. Right now we're just putting eyes on our mummies. We're waiting for our spray primer on our runes to finish so we can start hitting that with Agrax Earthshade. So yeah, I'll be playing orcs in our crusade, hopefully if it goes through. And I put them as like they're kind of freebooters, so they can fight either for the Order Alliance of Order or Alliance for Chaos, you know, either or. So I'm gonna see how many players go where, and then I'll probably just like take the opposition, you know, fill in where I'm needed. But I'm pretty excited. And that's exactly what I'm doing. So my orcs, you know, they're freebooters, but they're evil sons, you know. So it's just they're just there to get, you know, the max. Sure, they're there to get like the max amount of fuel so they can continue on their race. All they want to do is just race, you know. So whoever they fight for, they don't care as long as it just gives them the supplies to just keep their race going. What poor choices? What shit you talking now, Sean? Hopefully not orcs. Orcs aren't a poor choice. I love my orcs. Not gonna lie, of all the things I paint, I probably find the most enjoyment for them. They have good lore. I enjoyed reading some of the books. I finished Prophet of the Wa. That was pretty cool to hear about how shit. Now I can't think of his name. The little grot that hangs out with Thraka. I can't think of his name. Oh, that pot. Hey, what's going on, Bad Rabbit? How you doing, buddy? And I'm starting the one about Ulthak Blackhawk. Is that his name? I think so, yeah. It's actually really, really interesting. So it's a bunch of bad moons under a mech boss. Macarius, yeah, thank you, Macarius. Makari, yeah, no, it's Makari, yeah, you're right, Makari and his little stab stick. So it's really cool to hear how Makari just keeps getting reincarnated. That was my favorite part. But it turns out, so far, my favorite orc character of the books I've read so far, I really want, and I found out there's a book about him, so it's gonna be the next orc book I read, even though it's kind of out of order. I want to read the book on Groknik, the Mad Doc who created Gaskell, so I'm super fucking happy about that. That's the one I want to read. I think it's Grotsnick. Yeah, I think his name's Mad Doc Grotsnick. That's the character I'm enjoying the most. Of all the orc stuff, you know, obviously I like the speed bosses and the evil sons. I love Mad Max. But as far as like inside of the orc lore, I love the idea of like the Pain Boys and the Mad Docs and like the cyborgs. It just cracks me the fuck up. I also love how excited orcs get for warp travel, because usually, you know, if it's boring, they'll fight amongst themselves, but if they're lucky, you know, maybe some demons warp in, or maybe they'll find some gene stealers like lurking around in the Space Hulk or something like that. I'm like, oh hell yeah, a fight! You know, this will tide us over until we get wherever the hell we're going. Like my favorite part. It's like an in-flight entertainment, you know. How humans get terrified of like demons kind of like try and penetrate the Geller field and get inside the ship, versus orcs are like, hell yes, finally. We've been waiting for you. The demons are like, no, wrong ship, wait. I'm definitely leaning into a very heavy Evil Sons theme with a little bit of Blood Axe to it, you know, just because it kind of, as a former Imperial Guard player, you know, it kind of tickles my fancy to do a little bit of Blood Axe in this here and there. I definitely plan on having multiple commando squads, but I really do like the vibe of the Death Skulls. I love how they just steal everything. When are we gonna see a battle report? So I do have one narrative up. What you will see, because like I said, the cruise is coming up, and that kind of has my full attention, because people are paying to be there, so I want to make sure I put on a good event. I will be doing my best to either live stream or at least upload like 1-minute videos, like shorts, of like each battle round for the event. So it's not really a battle report, but you will have a multiple battle reports. You know, you have an event report. So hopefully that'll work for you, Francois. Yeah, freebooters is cool. Something to think about, something I thought about too, because so far on all my list, I don't need an actual war boss unit yet, but I think if I ever do need a war boss unit for my orcs, honestly, I think I'm just gonna get a Yarrick model. Just call him my war boss. I don't know too many people who'd be upset about that. I'd be like, oh yeah, they're freebooters, and Yarrick, turns out Yarrick's alive. He just has a freebooter orc army and just running around, you know. Maybe some people would be upset, but I still think it'd be humorous. Just make sure I put him on the right base and it should be fine. Sorry, I got the power claw. I've been joking around. I think I talked to Nathan about this, Nathan X2000, but I was joking around about like a Gabriel's 11, kind of like Ocean's 11, but it's like Blood Ravens with a couple of Death Skull orc like freebooters and maybe some ratlings, you know, and they're out there trying to steal some relics from like a Thousand Suns cult on a planet, and while they're doing it, it ends up waking up like a tomb world of Necrons, and then you just kind of like peace out as the Necrons wake up and start beating the shit out of the Thousand Suns. Oh no, hey Jenny, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I sorry to hear that. I hope everything goes well at the sick bay or at the hospital. Truly. I hope your night gets better, and his. There's not much we could do all the way from here, but hopefully I can at least distract you. Respectfully. Yeah, I actually recently just heard about that one, Jenny, the Tusken Demon Slayer, and how he impressed Korn so much. Like, he almost made it all the way to the throne. Korn was so happy that he just keeps resurrecting him and his orcs, and just letting him keep, like, charging him over and over and over again. Yeah, orc lore is a lot of fun. Like, every story is interesting. I've yet to read a boring orc story. Hey, awesome. How's it going, Beard? I'm glad you popped by. Hey, how was the show, man? Hopefully you guys rocked it, I'm sure. Nice, man. Glad to hear. Nice, man. Who doesn't like a good slapping bass? Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, sometimes I feel like the only people who are really happy are the orcs. Well, that and the Jeans that are cult, you know, because they want to become part of the High Fleet most of the time. So like, oh hey, we're getting devoured by the Star Host. Yay! Mission complete. Oh, no, sorry, Beardo. No, I worked a full 12 today. So, no, after stream, I crashed, woke up, and went right into work, unfortunately. So I haven't sent it to you yet, but this is my last day of streaming for this week, and then I'll be able to send you some stuff. I'm kind of torn around with what I kind of want to look at, you know? I think what we'll be leaning into is probably like a, I don't know, probably like a Mad Max style thing, maybe? I'm not sure. We'll have to toy around back and forth and see what we think. He needs more purple in his eyes. But so I recently just tested out all the maps for the Clash of the Caribbean for the 3 events. You know, the beach landing, the Bad Habit, and the jungle ruins, and the key positions on the airfield. So all the maps are laid out, ready to go. Oh, nice. Tell him I said bonsai. Nice, man. Yeah, and Beardo, I'll send you some of the orcs I have painted so you can see kind of like what my guys look like, and I'll send you some of the lists I have built too. So, I've been having a blast kit bashing trucks. Apparently I never did something, because I always like kit bashing, so I'm glad I got into orcs. I want to say a couple people talked me into it. Among them was Shitherder Sean. He's been real supportive. He even painted 10 orcs for me, which I appreciate. Make mine look terrible, but they had to look good. But, yeah, I've been kit bashing because I built one orc truck kit, and it was so intricate. I was like, unlike the Valkyrie that I enjoyed building, I built one orc truck kit. I'm like, I don't want to build one of these again. And so the next one I built, I got a Goliath at a decent price at a local shop. So I built the truck out of the Goliath, and I used a lot of parts from the truck to make it look more orky. I was like, okay, cool. What am I going to do now? And then I just started collecting rhinos for cheap off of eBay and converting those. And that's been my main source of trucks. Hey, yeah, no worries, Mike. If it goes well, like I said, I'm trying to avoid a Fire Fest, knock on wood. But, a Fire Festival. But if it goes well, we'll host it again next year. So, I try and give people plenty of time, plenty of, information about it ahead of time, you know, kind of start talking about it and things like that. So, if it goes well, hopefully we can extend it, make it a little bit bigger on the ship. Because this time we're keeping it simple. We're just playing in the library on board the ship, you know. We're not really, like, renting a gaming hall or anything like that. The problem with renting the gaming hall, not just the price, because it's a price, you know, I can't just, it's a substantial enough price where I can't just eat it, you know. I'd have to actually, like, do tickets, and, you know, taking money gets kind of weird. But more importantly, what I really don't like about the conference hall on the vessel, there's nothing wrong with it, but it looks just like a conference hall. That's the problem. It's 4 walls, and there's no portholes, there's no windows. So not really much point of going on a cruise ship to spend, 8 hours in a conference room. You see what I'm saying? Versus the library has windows and portholes. So we can literally be gaming and look out the window and see the ocean. Yeah, that's the exciting part. Because like I said, and the reason why I picked a cruise ship, not just to be on brand for Tiki, but to me it solves a lot of problems that I see with conventions. You don't have to worry about your room and board. You're already staying on the vessel, and your food is actually part of your cruise ticket. I mean, you can always pay for extra and better dining if that's your thing. You do you boo kind of thing, but that's what I kind of like about it. It's you get your ticket for the cruise, and you just bring a couple bolt action or Konflikt 47 models, and hey, while we're there on the ship, let's play some Konflikt 47. And when you get to our destination, feel free to go ashore, do your shore excursion. Then when you come back on that night, we'll do a little bit more bolt action Konflikt 47. Maybe get a little bit of prize support if you're one of the winners. And then you wake up the next day and you're back where you started. A nice, real quick, fast 2-day little bolt action event. Or Konflikt 47 event. Good food, good drink, scenery, travel, all kind of lumped in. And for those of us who have partners or significant others, it's a pretty easy thing. It's like, hey, instead of leaving you to go to this, nerd event or convention or what have you, hey, why don't you, even if they're not into it, hey, why don't you come with us? It's still a cruise, Right? You're like, I'm trying to just go for the cruise. Yeah, there you go. Hey, what's going on, Senor Grumpo? Yeah, I'm working on my mummies. These are my Count as Totem Core. What we're working on now is just putting some purple eyes on them. A little hard to see because I have my light real bright because my old eyes are tired. I already did 12 hours of staring at a screen, so my tiny little eyes are fatigued. If you like these mummies, they are Reaper. They're Reaper miniatures. I think they come 3 mummies to a blister pack. Prices change. Could be anywhere from $7.99 US to like $9.99 US. I don't know. Thanks, man. I'm glad you like them. Oh, nice, Jenny. Yeah, I gotta take a look at Gen Pop, see what you did. And then this is my Counts as Imhotep. Not really what he looked like in the movies, but I'm having a little fun with it. Even gave him an assault rifle, so he could be like my commander. Oh yeah, Woodland would be great, man. Hey, Damned Legion, what's going on, brother? Welcome to the chat, man. We are working on some of our Totem Core. We're also basing and working on some terrain, some scatter terrain and some bigger pieces of terrain for our bolt action event we have coming up here in October, the Clash of the Caribbean. I always keep my orcs on the side. This is for me during the day. You know, if I get a little bit of downtime at my job, sometimes I'll be able to like put a coat of paint on one work. As you can tell, I'm just batch painting them. Slowly. My goal is to try and finish my 500 points soon. I have a mech boy fully painted. You know, he's the warlord. I have 3 trucks fully painted. I have one boy squad boys squad that was kindly painted by Square Hunter Sean. I have one boy squad I finished painting, and then I have these guys I'm working on. But yeah, these mummies are part of my German Colt 47 army, and I run them as the Cult of Imhotep from the Mummy movies. Work on these mummies while I wait for my big temple to finish drawing. You sound nothing like I imagined, but still okay. Oh, well, I live to disappoint. Damned Legion, that is my lot in life, is to disappoint. Ironically enough, for someone who talks a lot, I actually do not enjoy the sound of my own voice. But from what I hear from people like Swark, that's normal, so I don't think anyone's supposed to like the... No one's supposed to like the sound of their voice. And I got that comment a lot, too, when I first put out YouTube videos. People were like, oh, that's what you sound like. Yeah, it's different. Appreciate it, Mike, but I do not. I do not. Which is funny because something I've noticed is I feel like YouTube, people who make YouTube videos don't sound like they do in their comments. A good example, and I don't mean this negatively, but if you read Mordian's comments, it doesn't sound like the way he talks. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not saying, you know, any one of them's a false persona. It's not. It's just it just reads different. You know. Another good example, and nothing negative. You look at Ed Scar. You listen to his videos, you know, very nice, prim proper. You read his comments; they're very like to the point, sometimes sardonic or sarcastic. Nothing wrong with that, but how he is in the chat is not how he is on the videos or like talking. It's interesting. So same thing. I worry that I don't come across the same that I normally do in my comment section or when I put comments. He's like, I never said it was bad. That I have Asian. Oh yes, because I'm so into the Imperial Japanese. Ironically, my heritage, it is Asian, but it is a direct opponent of the Empire of Japan. Ironically enough. So I am technically Asian, but I am absolutely not like what you would call like, I guess, East Asian or from the Orient or anything like that. I'm a different type of Asian. But because I moved around so much and because I traveled a lot, I've never really had an accent. So at least I don't think I have an accent. Maybe I do. Do you speak Japanese? Ironically, I don't. Mrs. Tiki's actually better. She was stationed in Japan for a little while, so she actually knows a little bit of Japanese. I do not. Oh. No, not Filipino. You guys can feel free to keep guessing. I won't tell you if you're right or wrong. I'll just keep telling you you're wrong. But feel free to keep listing stuff. So yeah, this is our nice big temple. We'll be using this as like our centerpiece of terrain for the jungle ruins. Very nice. Line of sight blocking, kind of fun. Or fit through a piece of paper. Nope, not Korean. I am not from North Korea or Best Korea, unfortunately. Keep guessing. All right. So I think I'm gonna do the snake eyes and jade. And what's cool is this little temple here is also good terrain if I want to play with orcs. So this can look like a snake bite temple kind of thing as well. Hey, what's going on? Go for a painting. How you doing? Nope, I am not from West Taiwan. Keep going. There's only so many countries. And that's a good point, Jenny. I can only guess what I am based off what I've been told by my family. I will never do 23andMe, only because as my paranoid self told, like, hey, why don't you pay us money and give us your genetic information? And I'm like, no. So you're right. I can only guess at what my actual heritage is. I have no proof, and I'm absolutely not going to go for proof. No, I'm actually not Laotian. No, but you're just gonna keep. You can keep guessing country. I'm just gonna keep telling you no, even if you say the right one. There we go. See, I'm trying to go for like jade eyes. I'm gonna hit this whole thing with Agrax Artist Shade and make it look dirty. But I think I'm gonna try and give this thing like a little bit of jade eyes. Tiki is pine wood. Yeah, what is he made out of? I'm actually made from carved palm. I do need to get that. That's a good point. I need to get a giant tiki mask for the event. Not like giant, like, you know, my money's Filipino. No, I did learn a little bit of Tagalog when I was out at sea, though, but it's only because everybody speaks Tagalog at sea. The beach. I feel like that's your way of calling me a beach spoon. And who doesn't like lumpia? I mean, I think that has nothing. I think liking lumpia has nothing to do with being Filipino or not. Yeah, give him those emerald eyes. I like it. Something that's Japanese but not Japanese, like Okinawa. Well, technically, in the 1930s, there's a lot of things that was Japanese that weren't Japanese. At this point, I feel like we need to be called names. I just call you a name. Yes, that is correct. That is how we do things here. That was, you know, all those countries being Japanese that weren't Japanese is part of the problem. I'm trying to think what country. I think the only country I could think of that the Empire of Japan didn't like take over technically was the royal government of Thailand, the Thai. Yeah, I think the royal Thais were allies of the Imperial Japanese. If I'm remembering that correctly, I could have that wrong. I don't mean to insult anybody. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Bad Rabbit, of course. When you get on the cruise ship, I will give you my I will introduce you. I will introduce myself and my spouse. Yeah, we'll go by normal names. You can still say Tiki if that's easier for you. I don't care. But the name oh, sorry, I can hear you rattling my spray can on the mic. Sorry about that. Be right back. Let me step out and spray this next piece of terrain real quick. All right, I'm back. Donovan. Ooh, that's a unique one. No. Not it. All right. I hope I have enough Agrax Earthshade for this. I don't think I do. I may have to make a run tomorrow to the store, get some more Agrax Earthshade. Oh, thanks, Brother Titans. I appreciate it. Yeah, the way I explained it is, it covers your room, it covers your chow. You know, it's all under one ticket. You don't have to worry about like driving or traveling or stuff like that. I mean, we're all on the same ship, so it's actually kind of nice. And you know, if you have a spouse that's not into your same hobbies, you can still. The other thing too is I appreciate people using their PTO or their leave. So it's a good use of your leave. If you end up showing up to an event or a tournament and you don't like it, you can just walk away and enjoy the cruise, you know? And you can take along family or spouse or stuff like that, you know, because it's still a cruise. So it's still a good use of your off-duty time, you know? And I feel like a cruise, by nature, is chill. And it kind of fosters that it's a social event and not a competition or tournament, you know? So it kind of keeps things super chill. Sorry, fosters or reinforces is what I meant to say. Man, this paint is stuck. Oof. I almost sent paint flying everywhere. Sean, I don't know why you convinced me to get Citadel paint. I never should have listened to you about that. It's all your fault. No, I won't be going to Adepticon, I don't think. Not that I don't think it would be cool, but I don't have that much leave at my job, and I use a lot of my off-duty time to help my spouse teach classes, which I enjoy. It's not a bad thing, it's a fun thing. But it involves, if you guys notice, like during the summer, I'm always out on the water, like on boats and stuff like that, so I don't have a lot of PTO, and I plan on running my own events. So, like I said, I plan on doing Clash of the Caribbean every year, and then maybe another event, you know, shoreside. So, it's like I hate you so much right now. Oh. And if I enjoy 10th edition and 11th edition when it comes out, I plan on not as big as, and not trying to step on his toes, you know, not as big as Thanatos or Thanatos or whatever it is, but I do plan on trying to do like an apocalyptic sized game here stateside. I'll probably bounce every year. This is just me spitballing, so no one freak out. I'll probably bounce every year from doing it in Ocala in Florida one year, and maybe doing it in College Station, Texas the next year. And just bounce between those two locations. If you ever to live near those two destinations, you know, maybe a good idea. So, Ocala, because I'm a huge fan of Warpfire. I'm not sponsored, never will be. But if you've been there, you know it's a super cool place. Very friendly. You know, it's one of the few gaming stores that I know of that's not. It's just tabletop wargaming. You know, there's no like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon or other shit like that. Like, it's straight up wargaming. So I like that place. And as far as College Station, I like College Station because it's located in Texas, so it's a little bit further for other people who don't want to go all the way to Florida. College Station's it's a decent sized town, and plus, what makes it interesting is it's a location of a major college, Texas A&M, and it has a lot of hotels. So I figure if we go off sports season, like if we don't go during the football or baseball season, or kind of in between the two, hopefully the hotels won't be too expensive, and there'll be plenty of hotels available too. So. Alright, so let me turn the brightness down. So what you guys are seeing is my super lazy... Oop, wrong button. There we go. That way kind of shows up what I'm doing on camera. So this came from Amazon for I think like $20, right? So it came in the standard issue like dark gray, right? So to make it look more tabletop ready, what I like to do is hit it with a spray primer of gray sear and then go over the whole thing in Agrax Earthshade. It kind of gives like this old ruin kind of look. Great for like cobblestone walls and stuff like that. Or like ruins. Ooh, Bad Rabbit. I thought of another Paragon. I'm glad you mentioned it. I thought of another Paragon unit to use. I'm going to end up using Ghost Rider. But I'm gonna use Slade, so the actual like cowboy, you know, so it'll be like a cowboy with a flaming skull. That'll be one of my Paragons. Yeah, the only reason why I'm not using stuff like the O'Connells or Indiana Jones, because I'm using them in another one of my armies as actual characters. Tom Sutton, check out Anvil Industries. Here, let me put a link to it. And if you're part of Mordian's channel, you should have his discount. So that's the model I painted. No, I don't have an affiliate. No, I do this shit solo. But that's the model I got, and that's what I painted up as my Captain America. The cool thing is you get to pick what kind of shield you want, either the round shield or like the heater style kite shield. So but he does have a gas mask, and what's cool is if you look on his back, he has a cudgel, like a Tesla cudgel. So that's actually pretty cool. What am I using Indy for? Bad Rabbit, I have my, you can either call it my Monuments Men for allies or my Tomb Raiders for bad guys. It's an American army, airborne American army, and it's kind of a mix between Crimson Skies and some other pulp style stuff. But there's 3 different platoons. One is East Asia, one is North Africa, and one is Europe. So for the East Asia rifle platoon, that one has Indiana Jones as like the platoon leader, you know, so that's kind of cool. The North Africa has Rick O'Connell, and then the European one has Dick Tracy. Yeah, which is kind of cool because for his like officer team, I have him and I have like Marion with him, you know, as like one of his adjutants and stuff like that. So it's kind of cool for each of those characters. But yeah, I wanted, like I said, if they're good guys, I wanted to be like kind of like Monument Men, but like a little bit more violent, you know. And the whole thing, what's going on, Matthew? The whole thing to mix it into where Crimson Skies comes in with the air pirates is because it's Konflikt 47, you can do whatever you want. So they have a improved, almost like a like a Fulton recovery system. So the planes take off and they have like the skyhook in the front. So these Tomb Raiders or Monument Men, whatever you want to call them, there's an airborne unit, so they parachute in, they find whatever relic they're looking for to keep the green vault from getting their paws on it, you know. They'll find it, they'll attach a balloon to it for a Fulton recovery system, and a plane comes in and grabs it and takes off, and then they kind of get out of the area. So that's how they go around collecting these artifacts. You know, as soon as they find it, they, you know, throw a balloon on it and send it up. And surprisingly, the Fulton recovery system, that didn't come around to like the Cold War. Nowadays, we use something called spies and fries, which is totally different. But the Fulton system was really around the Cold War era, and prior to that, there was something that was used to recover pilots, but it was, I forget the name of it, but it was extraordinarily violent. It was not nice at all. It's funny, you had like these pilots had these little kits to build like these little temporary like football, what do you call that? Like a like the uprights for like a football game. It's like this little like fork. It would like go right in between the wire, and the plane would pick it up and go. So it's kind of interesting. Blaskowitz would be a great Paragon. Another good one is Wolverine. Wolverine is a really good one if you kind of want to lead to the Marvel side. There is at least one cartoon where Wolverine is actually working as part of Captain America's Howling Commandos, which is Nick Fury's Howling Commandos, which is pretty cool. Or HS, you can always have Jake Cutter as well, if you're familiar with Tales of the Golden Monkey. But yeah, for those who are interested, that Captain America model is actually pretty good. I built it and it worked pretty well. Snake Pilskin, that's pretty good. Escape from LA actually has probably one of my favorite Bruce Campbell roles in it. He was so good as the plastic surgeon. That was really cool. Now that I think about it, I feel like BioShock got a lot of ideas from Escape from LA as far as like the plastic surgeon and the guy that have like it's your first boss, you know. Hey, what's going on, bots? How you doing, buddy? That's a good question. Amongst their many war crimes, if it had, I believe if it had intrinsic value, they probably did. Like, they probably, like, melted all the gold down and, like, precious gems. But, I think the difference between the Third Reich looting a lot of the art of Europe versus the Empire of Japan looting art from China is a difference in culture. And what I mean, before anyone freaks out, what I mean by that is the classic works of art in Europe were revered by both, you know, the Western powers and the Third Reich, you know, and of course the Soviets as well. You know, everyone recognized the value and the impressiveness of the art, whereas the Empire of Japan, I'm speaking out of my ass here, I gotta do some research, it's just my opinion. I don't think they put the same type of value on the cultural significance of mainland China, because you're gonna think mainland China isn't the same thing it is today. A lot of it was occupied by like warlords and other stuff, so it wasn't really unified that much. Not since the Boxer Rebellion. Speaking of Japan, not since the Boxer Rebellion. So I don't think they had as much of a cultural value to the Empire of Japan or the Empire of Manchuria. So if they could take something and repurpose it and build new propaganda behind it, maybe, or if it had intrinsic value, like I said, like gold coins or precious gems, of course, you know, that went to the war chest. But I don't think they took classic like Chinese manuscripts and revered them as art, kind of like how the Third Reich would take like Da Vinci writings or, you know, Van Eyck paintings and stuff like that, you know, if that makes sense. But again, speaking of my ass, I will do some research on that, HS. That'll be interesting. Oh, nice to hear that, bots. I look forward to seeing him. Nice. Speaking of not Jaegers, and speaking of Anvil, I promise I'm not a shill for them, but I saw they had like these like man-bat horror units. I'm like, ooh, those kind of look like not Jaegers. I may pick those up. No, I haven't seen their Scorpion tank. Scuttlebutt is a lot of Imperial Japanese models are getting new models. Is that the word you say? Or new sculpts for Konflikt 47? Not obviously in the first wave of releases. It'll take some time, of course, as always. Imperial Japan's always last. But if you're an Imperial Japanese player, the rumor or the scuttlebutt is that maybe there'll be new types of unit, not new types of units, but new sculpts. I think we know Ghost Attack Squad is getting a resculpt. We've seen like their concept art, you know, and it looks like that's going to be the main unit for the Imperial Japanese, or like their main, kind of like how the Americans had the Firefly and stuff like that. I feel like the Imperial Japanese is going to use a lot of the Ghost Attack Squad. And you see it looks a little bit more ceremonial than the one from OG Konflikt 47. The OG Konflikt 47, it has the dive suit that was used by the Crouching Dragons, the underwater lunge mines. Versus if you look at the concept art for new Konflikt 47 or second edition, the Ghost Attack Squad looks almost like a more mix of diesel punk, atomic punk, and traditional Japanese ceremonial armor, which is kind of cool. I really wish there would be a Soviet versus Japanese. I feel like it'd be really cool. Give it a couple, like 2 Soviet tanks and a little bit of infantry versus Imperial Japanese anti-tank gun, and a bunch of troops, including lunge mines, and then give it like some anti-tank obstacles, you know, and put it in a box. I think it'd be a great starter box for bolt action. No, I'm actually not in talks with Warlord Games. I need to send them an email about the cruise that I'm doing, but other than that, not in a mean-spirited way, but I don't remain in contact with them. That way, it allows me to maintain my neutrality, I guess. People have told me to. Morning Glory specifically sent me a link to do it. But the more I see other channels have like this insider access, and I'm not talking about the big channels, I'm talking about smaller ones, have like insider access and all these like, you know, models early and words with the developer. I don't like it. I'm like, there's nothing wrong with it. It sounds like jealousy. That's not what it is. I think everybody has their own niche in their own role, and my niche is laid back and chill. And I like that. It's natural because that's what I am and that's who I am. So I feel like if that's my lane, I need to stay in my lane. You know, stay in my nice, chill, relaxed lane. And if you're chill and relaxed, you're not concerned about early access. It'll come when it comes. You know, Hakuna Matata. So I don't really talk to them much. But sorry, you stumbled upon something that I've been like talking amongst myself and trying to figure out exactly like kind of what I want to do or where I want to be. So you kind of stumbled upon that. But no, that's why I'm not to answer your question. Sorry, I kind of hijacked it. That's kind of why I'm not in conversation directly with Warlord Games. It's not of anything negative, but it also kind of again remains my neutrality. But I do still hear rumors. You know, people do tell me a lot of things. This is just a ruined temple. This will be like a main center point terrain for my jungle ruin board for my Clash of the Caribbean bolt action event. So this is just a ruined temple, but yeah, it does kind of look like a little Stargate. But I also like the snake on the side, so it's good for if you want to play with like lizard men or like snakebite orcs. It's a really good piece of terrain that I can use for a lot of stuff. So I hit it with Sear Gray, Rattle Can, and now what I'm doing is I'm hitting the whole thing with Agrax Earthshade, and then I'll go in and kind of paint some like green vines and stuff like that. I enjoy hobbying, but I also try and be responsible with my hobbying. So when I get terrain, I try and get terrain that I can use for multiple things. Like you guys saw me finish my little overlook rock outcrop, right? So it's got rocks and it's got like a little overlook with like cobble walls. That could be for World War II, that could be for fantasy, that could be for 40k, it can be used for anything. So I like getting a lot of good use out of my terrain. And you guys know one of the companies I do love for, again, not affiliate, but I do stand by their products. I love their products. TT Combat. I like how a lot of their terrain kind of actually goes out of production. So I have this whole box of unbuilt terrain that I think suddenly went up in value, to me anyways. But I bought one of their fantasy Marauder forts. So it just looks like a fort built out of like ramshackle wood. But it's great for like orc fortification. So I actually have like kill team terrain, just that one pack of wood forts. Oh, you said not just Tiki. They said not Tiki. I was like, ah, fuck me then. No. For jungle, I have 2 things I recommend. So I will put a link to one thing I recommend. And I think this really helps make a jungle. Hopefully you're okay with Amazon. I use Amazon. So hope no one's fucking mad at me, right? I have bought 3 packs of this stuff. And I'm telling you right now, I swear by it. Hopefully no one gets freaked out. He's putting Amazon links in his chat. Oh, it's a good product, right? Oh, damn. Alright, hold on. Alright, well the link, okay, turned on up and the link's too damn long. Alright, so here's the product name, right? The Master Chief wouldn't be bad. If you want to mix Halo into it, I mean, I think you certainly can. Up to you. Alright, so it's something called Battle Systems River Road Modular System. So I'll show you what it looks like, because I have a pack of it unopened right here. Ooh, hold on. Ooh. Man, am I glad I looked at that. Oh, snap. Hold on. Amazon, those sneaky bastards, they put my mailing address on the wrapping of the package. That would have been awkward. Alright, so what it does, it ends up looking like this, kind of like a road system. And these roads can be flipped upside down and it's a river. So it's actually pretty cool. Ooh. So it comes across kind of looking like this. It makes a decent river. Like I said, it runs like 25 bucks. If you're Amazon Prime, free shipping. So it's 25 bucks and you get a good amount of things that you can use either for road or for river. And I feel like that's what really makes good jungle terrain, is using rivers. Yeah, seriously, OPSEC, I'm glad I looked it over. I was like, ho, hold on there. Yep. The other thing I recommend, something I use for my jungle stuff, is when I built my jungle terrain, I went on and found like slabs of wood. I like to use like rectangular style terrain just because it makes it easier, I think. But I just got a bunch of palm trees and just kind of glued palm trees down, put down some grass tufts, and just kind of called it a day. Or you can get those big circular bases that they have for like some models. Let's see. Unfortunately, I have that terrain packed away. I'm getting ready for the event. I'm sorry, so I have that event packed away. Close, Spoon. Close. Lord knows the government's been trying. Hey, is that a drone I hear? What's that whistling sound? No, so I got like the big circular bases that you would use for like big, I guess like hero models from 40k. Those big plastic ones. And then you can just get little plastic palm trees and kind of glue them on there. And then paint the whole thing green. And just have like those kind of scattered around. That gives you nice little like thickets of brush and jungle. But I will show you. Probably the most cost-effective thing you can do for jungle terrain. Let me move my temple, which also makes good for jungle terrain. Alright, so the camera won't show all of it, but let me put it here. Oops, sorry, I hit my work. Sorry, it worked. Alright. Aquarium decor. I cannot tell you how much, when you're building tabletop terrain, you want to do it like cost-effectively. Not cheap, but cost-effective. Aquarium decor is the greatest thing in the world. Take one of your minis and go, if you can, go to a big box pet store like Petco, PetSmart, either one of those big ones, right? The reason why I say that is they have shelves, they have inventory, and usually they have a sale on their aquarium decor because aquarium decor is big and it takes up room on the shelf. So a lot of times they'll actually have sales on stuff like this. It'll be like buy one get one 50% off, and this stuff is tough. You know, it's already painted, it's already made to make it look like jungle terrain. And a fun benefit of it is it actually has like little areas up here sometimes too, so you can actually put models up there if you want. Like they can climb up there to get snipers. It can even open up like lines of sight, you know. So it kind of makes the battling really cool. So you can get really good rock formations and really good statues like this, and that really helps build up a jungle board. So between, you know, aquarium decor, like statues and rocks, and between those little rivers, all you gotta do is just get some plastic palm trees and put them on some bases and scatter those around, and you got a jungle. Yeah, you gotta have a lot of terrain for bolt action. And I'm not sure who sent me these. I'm not sure if it came from one of y'all or if I got it one of my packs, but I also got these guys. And so I put them on bases and painted them up. I feel like these are from like an old Warhammer 40k starter set, these nice little trees. Trying to see where some of my bigger bases are. Yeah, when you get like, you can see where my fingers are, like those big old bases like that, and just put some cheap plastic palm trees on it, and put a bunch of those everywhere, you're pretty good. For the 3rd edition 40k starter box, nice. Yep, James Burns, that's another good one, yep. But that's always my first recommendation for people who's getting terrain. If you want stuff that's a good centerpiece model, and takes up a good room on the tabletop and blocks line of sight, but also is kind of fun, it's always worth a look at aquarium decor. And it can look like it's a little bit more expensive than other stuff, but you gotta remember, it's already painted. And it's rough and tumble. It'll stay good for a long time. Yeah, I think it's meant to be underwater and hold up. So it'll hold up to like dice hitting it and packing it away in boxes. Now, if you're starting to talk about like jungle villages, depending on like what time setting you're talking about, you know, then you're looking at like small huts, small like wadi fencing, little boats or little sampans always go a long way, especially with the river. And also, you can get AstroTurf. Go and get like a couple squares of AstroTurf, kind of cut those out and paint it blue, like paint in between the grass blue. And you actually have rice paddies. Rice paddies are huge for a jungle map too if you want. Yeah, originally I got out of the aquarium decor for a naval game, like an Age of Sail style miniature game. And they were like big islands, which made it look really cool. You could like sail in between them and shit like that. But then again, same thing. I just repurposed it for tabletop wargaming. But I do think terrain is the make or break for bolt action in Konflikt 47, 100%. And not like systematic or fair, but it has to look realistic. That's why I think one of the most important things to like agree upon before you play a game, or one of the most important things to read in the book, is how terrain works and how you want to run your buildings. I know a lot of people want to take the simple way out, and there's nothing wrong with that. Play how you and your opponent, as long as both you and your opponent agree, it's the right way to play, in my opinion. But I feel like when people don't want to approach building rules and just like, it's ruins, or no one can go inside buildings, that takes away so much from the game. So, to be fair, for battle mats, I have a couple different battle mats from a couple different companies, but I also just use, what is it called? Tablecloths? Is that the appropriate term? You can go on any store you want, including Amazon, and you can get colored table like, not cheap, they're not disposable, you know, but it's like for events, you can get like table coverings or tablecloths. And you can get them in green, like golden tan or blue or whatever you want, right? And that can be your battle mat, and then you can put down terrain. And if you put down enough terrain, it looks good. Now you can also use battle mats too. Battle mats are great, don't get me wrong. But don't overlook the humble tablecloth. You know, I'd start off with a tablecloth, you know, get your terrain, and then once you have your terrain, then I would upgrade to a battle mat, in my humble opinion. But if you play enough tabletop games, a lot of starter boxes come with like paper battle mats, and you can always use those as well. Like I have a couple ones from Fallout, Wasteland Warfare, so it's pretty good desert, you know. The one that doesn't work for, the one battle mat I do recommend is get yourself a good urban battle mat, like a good city one, you know. I'll take a look at the battle mats I have, and if I have a reputable company, Bad Rabbit, I'll send it to you. But that, not that you asked, but that would be my opinion, is get a colored tablecloth to set your campaign. Like if you're doing desert or jungle, get green or tan, you know? And then get your terrain, and then go from there. And then once you have your terrain, then I'd go for the battle mat. Now, Bad Rabbit, I did learn something cool today. I was watching a video, and I learned something I never would have figured out on my own. It's the coolest thing in the world. Maybe everybody else knows this, and I'm just an idiot, so bear with me here, right? When setting up your table, I never would have thought of this, right? To make your hills, you know, a lot of us use like bowls or books to make hills, and it's hard to put your minis on it. I saw this one guy who's genius. He takes t-shirts and towels and stuff like that, and he puts and he kind of like folds those a little bit and puts those underneath his battle mat. And that's to give the table more contour, you know, that way you have more gentle sloping hills. It's genius. I never would have thought of that. Just bring a whole bunch of extra t-shirts. And when you have your table, kind of fold your t-shirts on kind of how you want the hills to look like, and then lay your battle mat on top. I was like, oh my god, that's genius. Because usually I've used like books and bowls, but it's too sharp, too much, you know? So I'm excited to try that. I just saw that in a video today, and I'm super excited to try it. Well, it could be like t-shirts, towels, whatever you want to use, right? But you can just fold them and kind of just lay them however you want, and it kind of makes like a little bit more of a gentle kind of sloping hill. It sounds really weird, right? Obviously use clean laundry. Don't be weird, right? It sounds weird, but when you put your table, your battle mat or your tablecloth over it, it looks really good. I was like, oh, what a cool idea I never would have thought of. I'm so glad I saw that in the video. I wish I knew who showed it to me. I watched a lot of videos today and I wasn't paying attention. So I hate to steal something without getting credit. I just don't know who the credit was to. And I feel bad. Yeah, I feel like the old school Goblin green bases look really good on that green felt, you know? Classic. Sometimes the classics are there for a reason, man. They're great. But hopefully between all of us, we helped you come up with some ideas for your jungle terrain, man. Bicycle squads, yeah, it's definitely a thing. Definitely a thing for the Imperial Japanese. It was used to effectiveness in history as well. I don't think they were like primarily on bicycle. I think they utilized bicycles. But I don't know if they're like 100%, designed to be. The the Imperial Japanese battle doctrine is very interesting. I think somebody saw that as a unique advantage in that area and kind of like developed it and used it. But it's not like a TO and E fully written on it, if that makes sense. But there could be. I don't 100% know. All right, let me keep working on this temple. We're going to finish this side and then work on my shark, I think. Yeah, it gives new meaning to the word shoot and scoot, right? I don't want to crush my books over here. But as you can tell, the size for the temple's not bad as far as like bolt action models, Sorry about that about my camera. Yeah, doesn't have to be perfect. We're just going for a weathered look. Alright, here's another piece of terrain right here. Nice little scatter piece right here. We'll do the wood in Mudfang Brown. Running out of this too, man. I gotta make a serious trip to the paint shop. Oh, there you go. At least now we learned about the recoilless rifle variant of the Vespa. I'm sure the French airborne love that. Nice little piece of scatter terrain for bolt action. All right. Said I think this piece of terrain is actually from Reaper as well. One of my local gaming stores has a wall of Reaper miniatures. You just kind of go in and just look around at what they have, you know? And every now and then you always find something that's, you know, a decent price, it's good scale, and you're like, oh, let me pick that up. So I actually got this from my Blood and Plunder and my Port Royal games. But I think this is also going to work, you know, for like a coastal village kind of thing. Yeah, I think this came with like a fisherman or like a butcher, which is kind of cool. Yeah, I'm just a big fan of like little bits of scatter training. Sometimes I feel like it makes all the little bit of difference. Adds character to it, you know. So yeah, this is gonna be on the beach. There's gonna be a bunch of small like local canoes kind of around the area as well, kind of like up on barrels and stuff like that, you know. Kind of like they're done for the catch of the day kind of thing. And then further up the beach there'll be those two overlooks, you know, so as you're landing on either side there's gonna be cover for everybody. Because the way we do it, you only get heavy cover if you're either in a building or behind an armored vehicle. So always going to be cover on both sides. No one's going to be kind of like making a D-Day landing with no no cover, just eating a machine gun sandwich right off the boat. And plus, the first turn for the beach landing map, we have night fighting rules. So that's kind of cool. Oh man, I could talk you up about D&D, especially because I ran a whole salt march campaign, all naval warfare. It was so much fun. And in the prologue mission, I hit my party with the rowboat mimic. And for the whole rest of the campaign, they never trusted a rowboat ever again. And I did it fair. I wasn't a jerk. Like, they boarded a ship with 2 rowboats, and they went in to like plunder it and to fight like zombies under the waters like that. And they didn't pay attention when they came out. There was 3 rowboats, and they never set a rear guard. They never set someone up. They never kept someone out on deck to keep watch. You know, they all went below deck, so that's why I kind of put in that 3rd rowboat. And it was a mimic. It was so funny to see them never ever trust a rowboat ever again. I mean, they could be like running out of a bar, running straight to the dock. Before they get in the boat, they'd shoot it with like an arrow or poke it with a sword or something like that. It's pretty funny. You hit them with a rowboat mimic once, they will never trust you ever again. I thoroughly enjoy these paint streams. Not just chatting with you fine folks, which is also awesome, especially shit talking with Sean back and forth. More importantly, man, we just tear through models, don't we? We are just like, I going through my backlog of terrain, getting it ready, and I super appreciate it. I know sometimes painting terrain isn't the most exciting thing to watch, but good lord, is it useful. I mean, I'm not as fast or as skilled as Ginny or RK as far as knocking out models, but we were getting our terrain ready, I'll tell you that. And I listened, speaking of Shitherder Sean, I did listen to him, and I got my first, this is a while ago, but I got my first non-Citadel rattle can. And it's an army painter, and they have a really, really good brown wood color. I usually save it for like ship hulls, like I use a lot for my Age of Sail stuff, but man, does it look good on wooden things. when it's done well. Oh god, that cracks me up. I like your little barb at the end. Nothing, Tom. No, you're good. Just, I definitely put some points of wisdom. Keep your perception up. Brain Matter Beige. What a great name. Hey, what's going on, Grim Tim Tim? Glad to have you here, man. Sadly, I missed out on hearing that awesome song you sent me, that Monsters Holiday. Apparently, he's performing it live up in St. Augustine. I think like tonight or this weekend. So kind of sad I'm missing out on that. That would have been seemed like a great song to hear live. It would have been awesome. All right, Bad Rabbit. I appreciate you joining, man. Always do. Have a great night. It was great chatting with you, Bad Rabbit. And please, please tell your other half and all your rabbits howdy from me. Take care, buddy. All right, there we go. That's a nice little post. Yeah, same thing. I just found out today. I was like, oh, damn. I was like, oh, well. I do love the town of St. Augustine. That is a, if you've never been, if you're ever in the area, I highly recommend visiting St. Augustine. It is an awesome little town. Highly recommended. Time moves a lot slower there. Of all the touristy towns in Florida, I would recommend St. Augustine over Orlando any day. Obviously, there's less there. There's no amusement parks or anything else like that, but St. Augustine's a super cool place to visit. Highly recommended. Especially if you like history. I'm really excited for the. I know everyone's excited for the Konflikt 47 releases. I'm just super excited to get my hands on a rule book. I cannot wait to like dive into the lore. It's gonna be so good to read. I can't wait to see. I say that a little trepidatious about what they're gonna change, but I understand why they have to. It's fine. But I'm kind of curious. Can't wait for the narrated video you're gonna do. Those will be coming along slowly but surely. I'm glad you guys do like the videos I do put out, though, when I do put them out. I appreciate that. It is definitely highly motivating. Ah, the old B-1. What an interesting aircraft. No, and I don't blame you. Once I catch up on the new stuff, I'm gonna go back and finish the old stuff as well. I'll still keep the videos up. I'm just gonna label them as like old or OG, you know? That way the lore is still there. I have a feeling I'm with you. I have a feeling I'm gonna enjoy the older lore more. I think the only thing I'm excited about in the new lore, to be perfectly honest with you guys, since you guys know I don't hold anything back, what I'm excited for is it seems like the Empire of Japan is going rogue. It's kind of cool to see the Empire fully break away from the Axis, be like, nah, fuck that. You know, like us against the world. I'm pretty excited for that. That's pretty cool. So I feel like it's really going to be very similar to Red Alert 3. I think they're gonna have their own rift, like probably tucked away inside the Iwo Jima. They're just gonna be producing their own shit, which is cool. Like, what a cool supervillain, you know? Yeah. Do you speak Japanese? You will soon. Make a rift tech. That's clever. I see what you did there. All right, so what are you guys thinking for a shark? Obviously I don't want to just make him blue. Should I make it like a gray shark, like a blue on top, gray on bottom? Remember, I'm not very skilled. Ooh. Matthew, if you are still in the chat, your vampires look oh my god, they look phenomenal. Holy shit, where did you get those Nachtjäger? Matthew, if you're still in the chat, I'm sorry if you're not, brother. But if you are, where the hell did you get those Nachtjäger? Are those the bat things from Anvil Industries? Because they look phenomenal, man. Alright, we're getting there. Slowly but surely. I think we definitely should be able to finish this piece of terrain by the end of the stream, which would be nice. One more piece of terrain done. It'll join my tub o terrain. Yeah, it's funny. Usually when I like travel, I only ever use a backpack. I don't like bringing like luggage that you have to check. I just fly with a backpack. Same thing, like on cruises, I just carry a backpack. Like one backpack per adult, you're fine. But it's the first time I actually have like a suitcase, and the suitcase is just gonna be all terrain. Get it? All terrain. I like the wheels. It's a bad joke, but I'll stick with it. I'll take it for the pun effect. Oh, I apologize. Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. My comment section was frozen. I haven't seen any chat for a while, so I was kind of curious. I just refreshed and I saw it. Okay, cool. Oh, nice. Okay, Matthew did respond. I felt so bad. I was like, huh, no one's saying anything. I was like, maybe I just suck at this. Okay, I feel a lot better. Now I can see everyone's comments. I was like, for a while, I was like, oh, I can see everyone's comments. Let me Ooh, nice. I can't wait to see the Stampas. Let me bring up the baddies I found, and you guys can let me know what you think here. Yeah, his look almost more like, in a good way, like Man-Bat kind of. Like, they're really cool. So again, that's Anvil Industries. If you guys are part of Morning Glory's community, you do get like, I think like a 5% discount. So feel free to make sure you use his affiliate code. Yeah, I'm with you, Matthew. I love when you find like a good, like Etsy person to order from again. You know, you're like, yeah. My Imperial Japanese supplier, you know, unfortunately, I think they took like vacations. They haven't been around for me to order more from yet, sadly. Oh, he sent the picture to me in a Discord message. I don't think he posted it, so you'll have to ask him to post it somewhere probably. Nah, no worries, man. It does look really good, Matthew. I'm not gonna lie. You're really good at painting. You post a lot of good models, but this is definitely up there with some of my favorite. They look awesome, brother. Kind of reminds me of something I'd see in like Van Helsing movie. Really good movie, by the way. Often overlooked, sadly. Oh, glad you posted it. No thanks needed, man. It's 100% deserved, man. You did a kick-ass job. Wow, that's an interesting memory, Mike. And there's a lot of snow scenes in that movie, with it being like in a frozen, like a drafty castle. So I'm sure that kind of, I'm not on purpose, but you know, it's kind of thematic, I should say. Poor Mike just wants to see the photo. I imagine that meme, like, let me in! Let me in! Where'd you post it? Where? Like, I just want to see your man bat. Ah, the classic Conflict 47 Discord. I think everyone here is a member. If not, let me do my due diligence and always grab that that invite link. I should have that thing in a holster by now. There we go. I've definitely done my due diligence of drafting people into that Discord. It's a good Discord. A lot of good information flying there. A lot of YouTube creators, which is cool. And a lot of like 3D sculpt designers. So it's a pretty cool community. Enjoy the emo rock I said. Nice. I will. Nice, that's one side done. Finish the top, finish the middle, and then we're on to the base, and then we'll all be onto the chart. I'm not gonna lie, Jenny. That took me 2 reads. At first, I didn't get it, but then I was like, I get it. Lone Shark, that's fucking hilarious. I don't know if it's my decrease in the gray matter batter up here, or if I'm just tired, but it definitely took me 2 reads. Jenny, it was a great joke. I promised it was good, it just took me 2 reads to get it. Sean, what about an orky version of Cryptek camo? Just get like a net, like netting, you know, and kind of lay the netting across, and do like a netting camo, and then go in and do some Miami style stuff around here and there, but do like a green tan kind of camo, like actual netting style camo. And you can like flex out the squares how you want to try and get that Cryptek. 'Cryptek. 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 ' And actually, I know you have chicken coop wire, so you can do netting for like the big effect, and then you can also do like small chicken coop and do like these like little lines of like brown through there as well. It's like a improv, like a poor man's cryptech mantric. Thanks, Matthew. Yeah, I've always really enjoyed Mordfang Brown over Zadari Dust for just a like simple wood effect. Copy. That makes sense, Brian. I got you. Uh-oh. He's armed and dangerous with an idea. Let's see if he fawns over his idea. Oh, God, I love puns. So low effort. See, I was torn between saying he was racking his brain for a good idea or that he was going to fawn over his idea. So I went with the fawn. Oh. I'm sure his idea will be on point. I still hate you. Hope you know that. Oh, I do, and it brings me immense joy. Knowing you hate me or knowing that I annoy you, particularly using Citadel paints, it's like putting on jeans fresh from the dryer on a cold day. Just like a great warming feeling that just brings a smile to your face, you know? I'm sure they probably did. They didn't shrink. I just grew. That's the problem. Disagree. I am for a donut. We're entering some debatable terrain here. I like, and this is the only time I like it. I like strawberry frosting on a donut. It's the only time I ever like strawberry frosting is on a donut. I feel the strawberry frosted donut is superior to the jelly filled donut. Feel free to start chugging the toilet wine, shanking your cellmate, and rioting. I see what you did there. Despicable Me and Gru. Clever. Ooh, the apple fritter is a damn good donut. Well, hold on. Is apple fritter a donut, or is that just a breakfast pastry? Like, what all is considered the actual donut? You know what I mean? I don't consider an apple fritter a donut. It's a delicious breakfast pastry. But it's technically not a donut, in my opinion. Ooh, damn. Yep. Jalapeno cheese kolaches are good, but I see you, James, and I raise you. The vastly superior, especially if you're from East Texas, right on the Louisiana border, the Boudin kolache. The Boudin kolache reigns as breakfast. The only thing that rivals it, in my opinion, is Spam Musubi. And Matthew, you probably are in good shape because of it. I'm not. Apple fritter's delicious, but it's not a donut. You know, it is a delicious breakfast pastry. It can often be found in a donut shop. Ooh, Guinness brownie. No, I haven't. Holy shit, that sounds awesome. Yeah, that's how you can tell where I'm from. You know, Boudin kolaches. Oh, mama. Ooh, that's good. That is good eating. I haven't had a kolache in years. Long Johns, yeah, those are good. I don't think Squidfist may or may not be in the chat, but Hawaii is known for their Portuguese donuts, and those are really good. I forget what they're called, but they're so good. Especially when you get them hot. Oh my god. They're to die for. I mean, they're not known for it, it's just one of the many things you can find on the island, I guess. Oh, fuck you, Sean, you bastard. You would too. You would take a picture, you rat bastard. Sour Patch Kid ice cream with a thing. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. I don't know. Knowing what I know, not doxing you, Sean, but I don't trust a boudin kolache you would get where you're at. I think you're a little too far away from the border. It's a big state, so I'm not giving away your position, but when I do make the drive out to Texas, which I do every couple of years, I do stop at Orange and or Beaumont, and that's where I get my boudin kolaches. Talking, and if you know how I-10 works, Orange and Beaumont are literally right on the other side of they're on the Texas side of the Texas-Louisiana border. So. Oh God, they've migrated. Did the hurricane blow the Cajuns all over East Texas and South Texas now? That's fine. That's good to know. They're everywhere now. All right, fair enough. But yeah, if I do end up liking 10th edition or 11th edition of Warhammer 40k in Kill Team, there's a highly good chance that when I do a big, won't be anywhere near as cool as or as big as Mordian's Thanatos. You know, I'm not trying to take that away from him, but I don't know if he's gonna do a US event, you know. So I'll probably do like a nice big narrative apocalypse game. I'm talking Battlefleet Gothic, Kill Team, and Warhammer 40k going on concurrently, you know? It'll be a fun little narrative event. I'll probably rotate between hosting it in Ocala, Florida, and College Station, Texas. So. Oh no. Keep knocking over, Timmy Two Skulls, you know, Timmy the Knob. If you're in that area, if you think you can make it, once I get a date, I'll let you know and we'll start putting it on the calendar. But yeah, that's my goal, is to actually get a legitimate, you know, Battlefleet Gothic game going on, and a Kill Team game going on for like space stations or like certain areas on the map, and then a Warhammer 40k event going on as well. We can have the Kill Team fighting over like planetary like defense cannons, you know? So depending on who wins the Kill Team could be over like orbital defense cannons, and depending who wins the Battlefleet Gothic game, they could do like orbital barrages onto the Warhammer 40k game going on, unless the opposing side's Kill Team took over the defense cannons, you know? It'd be kind of cool. Yeah, I looked at the boarding action rules because I saw that was actually a thing. I was like, oh, I remember that from the White Dwarf. I was like, oh, that's so cool. As a Battlefield Gothic guy, I was like, oh, that's so cool. And I looked at the rules and I'm like, oh my god, okay, no one really does that anymore. The rules are kind of complex. And then I just saw Kill Team. And I'm like, oh, just do it with a Kill Team. I mean, it's smaller, but just kind of easier. I was like, oh, just do it with a Kill Team. Yeah, anything I wanted to show like boarding action or boarding party for a Battlefield Gothic game, just resolve it with a Kill Team game. Yeah, I'm biased as hell because it was my first ever foray into tabletop wargaming. But I still think the Battlefield Gothic starter set was the best two-person starter set. It was balanced, it had the rule set, it had everything you needed. Yeah, bolt action is boarding action is scaled down to Warhammer 40k rules, and it has special stuff about what, you know, you can't bring vehicles and there's like doors and stuff like that. But when I looked at the book for it and I looked at like the 500 point list and I just looked over at Kill Team, I'm like, oh, it just seems a lot easier just to do like boarding action style combat, you know, for like my narrative crusade, just using Kill Team. Just seems a hell of a lot easier. Yeah, I feel like in the world of 3D printing and Etsy, I feel like Battlefield Gothic could literally make a comeback. You're right. Yeah, that's what I said. All this is all hypothetical, and you know me, I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong. This is all hypothetical in my head. Just read the rules. I'll see what it's like when I play it. Hey, night, James. Glad you're able to join us, man. Glad you had some fun. We're always here, man. Usually on Saturdays and Sundays. You can't sleep if you're up late at night, but get some good rest, buddy. Thanks for joining. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I hear you, Brian. I think like anything else, it can get super competitive, but no, we would definitely do it for more of a narrative purpose, and that's why I was excited for the third edition for Kill Team. What I'm reading about is I really like the co-op and like the wave mode, where the non-playable characters you can sub out for different models You know, so you can actually do almost like a Space Hulk. You know, swap them out for like the higher tier melee, non-playable models, and basically have them be like gene stealers. You know, so it's like your kill team and somebody else's kill team is trying to like turn on the the generator while you're getting swarmed with gene stealers, and they keep taking your blue genes. Well, I'm not gonna lie. The one thing I do like about Tau, I love the Kroot. I think the Kroot looks super cool. They have a lot of fun lore. Not too big on the other Tau models that much. It's funny, even though I played the Imperial Japanese for Konflikt 47, everyone's like, "Oh, you must love Tau." I was like, I don't like Tau at all. I like the Kroot. I think the Kroot are super cool, but I'm not a big Tau guy. Alright, there we go. We got our nice little wooden dock. I'm gonna hit up some pieces I missed here. But I think I see, like I said, I'll try it and I'll have a better opinion so far. But I think I see what you're talking about, Sean. And I can see it like in the, oh, did you get this mission pack or this pack of cards? But you can also just read and find like more narrative-based missions. I'm like, oh yeah, these are like way better. I just recently found out that in the Imperial Agents book, that Imperial Navy is its own like little unit you can take, which is super cool because that's what I played way back in 6th, 7th, and 8th. I kind of like played my own Imperial Navy. You know, for a while, just did Ashram Motarum rules, and later on in 8th, I took Legions. So it's cool that they actually have their own rules now. It's super wild to see the Imperial Navy actually have their own not their own faction, but to have like their own little org inside of Imperial Agents. That's super cool to see. I don't know how competitive it is, or you know, if anyone takes it or not. I just thought it was super cool to see that. I've talked about it before on the stream, but it's so sad when you go to look up books in the Black Library. They don't have any of the Battlefleet Gothic books left. It was Execution Hour, Shadow Point, Relentless, Mortal Fuel. They were such good books. There was such good lore and such good fluff in those books. Yeah, after I finish all my orcs, I may bring back, it'll feel cool, I may bring back my OG, rebuild my original Warhammer 40k army, my 777th Navis Security Squadron. I may bring that back and just use like Navy Breachers and Voidsmen at Arms and Inquisitors and stuff like that. It'll be really cool. Who knows? The lore's there. I do love the lore. But I feel like by the time I finally get around, after I finish all my orcs, by the time I get around to it, it'll be a new edition, the rules will be gone, I'll just be stuck there with fucking nothing to do. Yeah, so the lore behind the squadron is actually kind of cool, because the squadron, especially in 7th, it always had Inquisition attached to it. Because what it was is the 777th Navis Security Squadron. It went by the call sign of the Ghost Riders. And so if you're familiar with the song Ghost Riders in the Sky, or if you're familiar with the lore of the Wild Hunt, you know, that's kind of what it is. So it's an Ordo Xenos unit, Ordo Xenos Inquisitor, who's kind of acting very covert, very kind of under the radar, you know, kind of dresses more like an Imperial Naval Officer, but still has like his badge and stuff like that. But what they're doing is they're hunting down anyone who uses Xenos weaponry or technology in an unauthorized manner. So they work with rogue traders and they work with other Inquisitors, but they hunt down other people who traffic or use Xenotech, so like planetary governors or other, you know, corrupt style stuff. And so they function like the Wild Hunt, or they function like the Ghost Riders in the Sky. Like, you listen to the whole song and how that works. So their Valkyries, you know, were painted black, you know, with like red cockpits, and the whole, like, you know, the brands were on fire. That's them making planetary entry. And what it is, they'd get story about someone using Xenotech, and this whole squadron would just like drop in and just kill everyone and make sure they take the tech back or bring it back and give it back to the Inquisition or what have you. So it was always like an Imperial Navy / Ordo Xenos thing, but it wasn't like super Death Watch heavy. It was just like an Inquisitor kind of working undercover. They would just kind of tag along with the fleet and like a Tempest class frigate, you know. So it was a really cool little like Inquisition army, but more like kind of undercover Inquisition, not like super overt. Like, I can do what I want, and Exterminatus Planets is like very, very covert. So it's kind of neat to see that there's rules available to bring that back, you know. But I'm gonna finish all my orcs first. So now when you listen to like Ghost Riders in the Sky, just imagine like you're sitting there, you know, on this like little farming planet, like minding your own business. And then suddenly you know, when you think about the lyrics, you look up and there's these like, you know, Black Stars or Arvis Light or something like that, like making planetary entry with like, you know, fire burning and stuff like that. A bunch of guys just kind of hop out. And I'd love to do it like a space western, like they all have like trench coats and stuff like that, you know, and they're just sitting there just gunning people down, you know, like, hey, where is this? I don't know what it is. Bam, they put him down. Or they're like throwing lassos on people, like tying them down, hog tying them, like interrogating people looking for this artifact. It's like the Inquisitor just kind of walk out and start shooting people. Which is weird. So maybe I'm wrong. I was looking on the list, I guess. I didn't see Inquisition stormtroopers anywhere for Imperial agents, which I thought was the weirdest thing. I saw like rhinos and chimeras. I saw Corvus Black Stars, no Valkyries, and no Inquisition stormtroopers. I was like, huh. Oh yeah, that would be a good match. It'd be absolutely very fluffy. That's so weird. They were such a strong part of the lore, but that's fine. Yeah, just replace them with naval armsmen and naval breachers. Well, yeah, no, even the Castercan cannot be taken as Imperial agents, which is weird. All right. Now, what are we gonna paint the shark? I think we should go for a nice gray for the shark. What's funny is the Genestealer cult makes up a large amount of the Imperial Navy. Like when you get down to like the lower decks and the holds, like down the engine room and stuff like that, there's probably a shit ton of like second generation cultists down there. And you know, and when they get boarded by a whole bunch of like Dark Eldar and like, you know, blood and guts are flying everywhere, I don't think anyone really cares or notices when like that one crewman you were next to suddenly has 3 arms. I don't really think anyone gives a shit. I mean, I get it. I remember the days of like Imperial Soup and stuff like that when people would, you know, whackers would do the most crazy ally and stuff like that and make the game kind of weird instead of like keeping it thematic. But I think I was mostly back at 7. Oh yeah, rule of cool. I do love that transport that the AdMech have. If it wasn't crazy expensive, like sticker price wise, that's what's it called? Like Scorpus. It's like a hover tech. It's like a hover pickup truck. I think it looks awesome. It'd make a good orc truck, but I don't know. It's a little too complex. Visit the Doom Crawler or something like that. It's a cool little transport. Oh, nice. The old school Inquisition Stormtroopers. Yeah, because when I thought you could take Stormtroopers, I was thinking about just getting a bunch of Orlok gangers and just calling them, you know, Stormtroopers and painting them as that, you know, to go for like the Space Western theme, but shit's changed. Let's take a look at these. Oh, hell yeah, they look awesome. Oh, I love the uniform, but he has like the camo cloak over it. Oh, yeah. The camo cloak looks good, obviously. I mean, your shit looks good. But I'm not gonna lie, the how do you say this? The subtle, that's what I'm looking for. The subtle camo on the long lass on the sniper rifle looks really good. Sorry, I'm sure it's probably annoying to you guys. I'm sitting here commenting about something you can't see, but the camo on the rifle is really cool. It's very, very subtle. I know, he's like, where? $1 a point. Fuck off. Oh my god. That's insane. Yeah, don't get me wrong, the kill teams for the Imperial Breachers look awesome. You know, but like $50 for 11 guys, I mean, Etsy, I can get something similar for a little bit more approachable. You know? So I'm like, that could be an expensive army to build, just a whole bunch of Navy guys. I use Etsy a lot because I don't have a 3D printer. That's why I always hear me reference Etsy, because I don't have a 3D printer. So I like being able to get 3D printed models. Because I don't play at a GW store anymore, so there's no purpose. Only get GW models unless they look so much superior. Or unless they're just a good deal or a good box. I mean, I think when I do build it, I'll build the Imperial Navy Breachers. I'll build them as like actual like void suits because they're breachers, you know. But I think for the naval armsmen, or what they call them, voidsmen at arms, whatever the fuck, naval armsmen, I'll probably just build them as just regular, you know, Imperial Guardsmen, but just, you know, different colored uniforms. No, not unless you're doing something like heinous, like absolutely heinous. You know, you probably won't get banned. I think I've only had a sex bot once. I've only had to ban a sex bot once. Like, if it starts getting, like, political out of nowhere, or, you know, starts wildly inappropriate, something like that, then yeah. So I'm painting this guy, a bit of a watered down Mechanica Standard gray. So with that being said, I know how much you love Citadel paints, Sean. Should I hit it with Nolan oil? Because it's kind of like an oily fish. Yeah. Nolan, I was gonna say Nolan oil or Agrax Earthshade. Those are the two, what are those damn things called that I have? Those are the two shades I have, but I think Nolan oil will probably be better. Like I said, I can tell you one thing. One box I do get from GW, actually by GW, because I have like 2 of them, are the old Orc Boy boxes. Currently, they're like just under $40 for 11 orcs. So that's 9 Orc Boys, 1 Orc Knob, plus an extra boy that you can make as, you know, like a mech or a mech boy or pain boy or like whatever you want. Hit it with your face, heretic. I still feel like it's like one of the last good GW boxes, you know, like the old school old world zombies or the old world Chaos Marauders. Yeah, right, Grim Tim. I think sci-fi failed to prepare us for how unexciting the future would be. Why can't we all have robot companions that dream of electric sheep? Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely gonna get the axe. I feel like every box that sells GW can see the lack of like extra profit they get from it, like, oh, those bastards. Which is weird. I still hold to this day that I think if they to fight 3D printing, if they just sold, they could call it a battle box, right? Just call it a battle box. And it's your faction's common battle unit. So for the Imperial Guard, it would be like a couple guardsmen, Cadians. For the orcs, it would be like 2 or 3 orc boy, or like 4 orc boys, or like 2 orc boys. Doesn't fucking matter, right? You know, 1 custody, or like 2 space marines. You know, 2 or 3 fire warriors, 2 or 3 acolytes, depending what your faction is. But what it is just monoposed push fit plastic models, and it's just, you sell it for a decent price, you know. And if they just sold that as like an impulse purchase, and here's the trick: you instruct the gaming stores, the Warhammer stores, and the other stores to keep it by the register. Or same thing. Here's the other thing too: reach out to all your nerd stores. Imagine if they sold those quote-unquote battle boxes, right? If they sold those by the cash register at your GameStops, at your Hot Topics, at your other kind of like nerdy stores, because Warhammer 40k is kind of everywhere now. You know, it was in that TV show. They're making an Amazon show. There's a video game for it. So you're like, oh, I'm not really into modeling. Oh, hey, I could pick this up, and look, I got like 2 or 3 kind of push fit guys. I think that'd be huge. And like speaking for the orcs, it'd be great if you just got if it was cheap, if it was just like I don't know, like I'm trying to think what a reasonable price would be, but like $5 or something like that, right? Or almost like the price of a pot of paint. Something like $8, right? Imagine like yeah, Walmart exclusive, exactly like that. Imagine just being like, you know, I think $8 would be a good price. The same price as like a pot of paint. So imagine for the orcs, you just got like 2 orc boys. It doesn't sound like a very good deal, right? Like 2 orc boys. But imagine they're just like, it's 2 push fit boys. One has a choppa and a slugga, one has a shooter. So you're like, oh, I can just get a couple of these guys and boom, I'm good to go. And then what I would do to like sweeten the pot, and obviously it's still pretty cheap, is just put a little bit of like cardboard train in there, just like one small little barricade. You know, like one small little like box or one small little barricade, so that way you're still getting something for like that $8. You get like a few models and a little bit of train. $8. Super easy. And each of the little battle boxes that have like your faction's guys have a unique piece of like cardboard or MDF terrain. You know, you don't have to paint it because it's already kind of done and everything like that. I think it'd be awesome. As you pick up these little battle boxes as like an impulse buy, you know, you're racking up scatter terrain and models. Oh, the shark's getting there. I don't know. I just feel like GW's leaving a lot on the table when not doing that. I feel like it's a super easy way to fight the advantages of 3D printing. And I feel like it doesn't cost them much. It's just plastic monopose push fit models. And it would really help out, you know, people like the AdMech, you know, imagine getting like 2, what, Skatari Rangers or something like that, you know? 2 or 3. Yeah, I think it'd be like two Space Marines, 2 Orcs, you know, anything that's like that size or level. You know, then the smaller ones you get like 3, you know, 3 guys. Because it's beneficial if you think about it. If you get like 3 monopose push fit guardsmen in that box and like a little piece of scatter terrain, you know, and it's a small little box, you know, you buy 8 of those, or I'm sorry, you buy 10 of those. That's $80, but you have 3 10-man squads. Oh, I remember, Tom Sutton, my Imperial Guard army, my naval guys, a lot of them were built from those little 10-man boxes, or those $10 boxes, and they're all monoposed. So I just went on, I think it was either Bad Robot or Anvil Miniatures, and ordered a whole bunch of grav shoot, like jetpacks, and I put those on the back of them, and then I, you know, bought a couple little bits of like ammo pouches and kind of positioned those randomly, and I just kind of made them look a little bit different. Not, I mean, in the lore, probably yes, but not in the game. Yeah, I got you, Brian. That makes sense. Or, I don't know, I said Brian Sean. Yeah, just like I noticed they don't do like their cheaper starter boxes either. They used to do like some that were like, you know, the bottom of the box folded over into like a couple things, and I think it was like the Plague Marine and Ultramarine one. That was kind of cool. Yeah, that was the other thing too. Is like regimental upgrades. How that, you know how they have for like Black Templar sprue, or like, you know, this sprue, that sprue. They should sell that for the guardsmen, the Imperial Guard, and they could just make a killing off that. Talon Desert Raiders, Savlar Kim Dogs, Firehawks, shit, no, I can't think, spaced out. You know, of course you have Steel Legion, they already sell Krieg, but Steel Legion, Praetorians, Mordians, Elysians. Yeah, that's since they pruned the regiments. I mean, yeah, they pruned the rules, but you can still have the cosmetic models, so I just feel like leaving so much money on the table. Valhallan, thank you. Yeah. Boistrin. Penal Legion. The primitive, you know what I'm talking about? The not feral, but they're like the primitive guardsmen. That would be really cool. You know? Oh yeah, no, Ginny, yeah, that's where those are some of the models I used to make my cultist. The Afghan warriors. It's a really good box. And they also have all the regiments from the Gaunt's Ghost series, you know, like those Blue Bloods, shit like that. Fantine Skyborn. Oh, not at all, Mike. Always happy to see you in the chat, man. Always happy to chit chat with you. If you're going to sleep, man, take it easy. Yeah, it's funny. That's why one of the strict rules, Big Buff Ladies. one of the, not really strict rules, but one of the rules for the Crusade I want to do is you have to have a battle ready painted army. You know, 3 colors and based. And it just prevents people from just being like, oh, I want to try this out. Let me just bring this random army unpainted. It doesn't have to be painted well, you know, but it does have to be like painted to at least 3 colors. Me with 50 armies. Yeah, I had to say that Wargame Atlantic does make painting or building new armies a hell of a lot more accessible. And that's pretty damn cool. But don't overlook one thing I do recommend, because they're both priced pretty well, and size-wise they go perfect. Kit bashing Wargame Atlantic models with Frostgrave models. Oh yeah. Yeah, you get some good stuff that way. Frostgrave has cultists and soldiers and warriors. Like if you're building like a feudal guard, you can do some badass shit. Or like something I thought about, if you want to build like a rogue trader, like retinue, or like rogue trader armsman, naval armsman, I would try using a Wargame Atlantic Conquistador box, and mixing that with, you know, one of the other ones, probably like the Space Name or something like that. I think that'd be really fucking cool. Oh yeah, if you 3D print, that probably does make it a little bit easier. Yeah, good point. Yeah, that's why I'm not trying to like immediately rush off to the Imperial or my Navy army again. I'm trying to finish my orcs and enjoy my orcs. I do want my orcs to be my main army. I enjoy the lore, I enjoy building them and painting them and everything. I want that to be my new main army. Yeah, I'm telling you, it was a happy success for me too. I actually kit bashed Frostgrave Ghost Archipelago natives with my Wargame Atlantic Aztec warriors, and I kit bashed all that with some Wargame Atlantic World War I French bits, and that's how I made my native militia riflemen for my Imperial Japanese Army, by mixing those bits around. It was pretty damn cool. Touching up the shark a little bit. Then I'll do the eyes, the teeth, maybe put a little blood wounds on there, and touch up the ropes, and it'll be good to go. That is a lot of armies, Tom. Men think paint faster. Yes, yes. Skaven are such a cool faction. Alright, there's the shark. At least the gray parts of him. Let me hit his black beady eyes, give him some white teeth. Then I think we'll shade him up a little bit. Maybe give him a little bit of blood on him. Maybe, I'm not sure yet. And then we'll hit the base again. And then we'll hit the ropes. Overall, good stream. We got a lot of we got the temple primed. We got at least 25, maybe 30% of it done, if not more. Well, that's the good thing about getting an army for, you know, if you're printing it for free for them, you know, you can afford to be patient, you know, there's no rush. Well, hopefully you guys got some painting in. For those of you who weren't at work, or for those of you who are available, hopefully you got some hobbying or some painting in. I definitely did, as you guys can tell. We're about to knock out this whole piece of little scatter terrain right here. We hit the shark with a little bit of Nolan oil, just to make him kind of stand out from the rest of the piece of terrain, because, you know, it's kind of an oily fish. Fish oils, you know? Fish oils. There you go. We just shaded it just a little bit with Nolan oil, just to kind of make it. I gotta go, and where you see those like kind of that tan scratches, those kind of fill back in. I'm gonna go back over those, probably with like red, kind of make those scratches stand out a little bit. We just want we shaded the fish, the shark, just to make him kind of pop out from the rest of the terrain. Trying to make like a very subtle, deep looking cut, you know? We're just using contrast ball red with a toothpick to really kind of like scratch it in there, you know? I like these little bits of red, just kind of like shows the, you know, shark can give up without a fight. Adds a little bit of character to it. You know me, I'm all about my visual storytelling. Then I'll grab the cleat hitch, paint that black, and then we'll go over and we'll put a little bit of a RX shade on the ropes, give those a little bit of color to. Oh yeah, look at that blood on the shark, that little bit right there, that extra tertiary color. You know, brown, gray, tan. Then you get that little bit of red. I feel like that gives it almost like a little bit of extra color, kind of what we're looking for. All right, there we go. There's our cleat hitch. I think all we're gonna do now is just shade the ropes, and I think we'll be done. Hey, what's going on, man? Yeah, sorry, I haven't been streaming on Sundays that much. I apologize for that, but I'm glad you're able to catch one, man. Missed seeing you around a little bit. We're just working on a nice piece of scatter train here. A little, shark fishing. Sorry, let me bring my mic over while I work on that. Nice little piece of scatter terrain for my beach landing. This one's just a shark, you know, like shark fishing. Right now we're just shading the rope, or the line, as it were, if you want to be all nautical about it. Oh yeah, Jenny, I could see that like a zombie shark. You know, you walk by and there's like a 1 in 6 chance. You know, for Conflict 47, it could activate and start taking a chomp out of somebody. That'd be pretty cool. He was in the stream earlier. He might still be around. If you mention Spec Ops: The Line 3 times, he might pop up. Oh, such a good game. That's one of those awesome games where there's no way that could ever be made nowadays. You know? Kind of like old school Saints Row. Like the originals. I'm talking like Saints Row 1 and 2 and maybe a little bit of 3. They could not get away with making those nowadays. Gee, if you're not about Spec Ops: The Line, good luck. That's gonna be a hard game to find. Yep. Always music or some other stuff that fucks shit up, you know? Oh yeah, Saints Row 2 was a classic. Johnny Gat. Johnny Gat's probably one of my in my like top 10 favorite video game characters. Solid. Never played Drops of the Hunted, but I did play Operation Genesis back in the day. Mrs. Tiki's a big fan of the Jurassic Park Park Builder games. And I played both of them, but I still feel that Operation Genesis is far superior, even though it didn't look as good and it was way ahead of its time. One game I can't find on Xbox, like you can't get anymore, which is a shame because I used to play it all the time, is one of the Flashpoint games. So you can get shit, the one that takes place on an island. I can't, Dragon Rising, I want to say. You can get that one, but you can't get Red River. Flashpoint Red River, or Operation Flashpoint Red River, was so good if you never played it. You start off like, I want to say it's like in the Marines. So you start off in like a made-up Middle Eastern country that's definitely Afghanistan. And you start doing standard coin counterinsurgency operations. And then as you start chasing them across the border, a fictional China nation invades Afghanistan, and so you go from being like the like big guy fighting the small asymmetrical, you know, Taliban style character, and then you get attacked by the Chinese, so therefore you have to go from conventional warfare to asymmetrical warfare yourself, repelling the overwhelming Chinese or the stand-in Chinese forces until reinforcements arrive. It was a really cool game. It was a really cool feeling. I'm assuming it's not available for political reasons. I have no idea why. That would be my assumption. But yeah, you can't find Red River. It had a really great like multiplayer mode rules, like kind of like horde mode. You got flown in. You had to hold an objective. And they just kept sending like wave after wave after wave of people with like tanks and infantry and stuff like that. Oh, so good, so good. Alright, I think we should just about finish this terrain piece. Obviously, I could see some spots I missed. I gotta go back and catch those up, but I get those on what I call the hero pass, like right before I pack it away. You know, I give it one last look over from all the angles and catch up anything I missed. So, but this is like the 90% pass right here, where we get like at least 90% of the model painted. But I do like the blood on the shark. I think it came out kind of well. You know, it's there, but it's also subtle, so that's kind of cool. I'm content with how that turned out. Time Splitters 2 is an absolute classic and a gem. I don't think I played Time Splitters 3. I definitely played Time Splitters 2. Early 2000s game design and character design. Gotta love it. Well, I love the genius behind the Time Splitters, where when you're playing a first-person shooter, a lot of time the era of which you set your first-person shooter could affect a lot. You know, like some people like sci-fi stuff, some people like, you know, World War II stuff, some people like earlier weapons than that, some people like this and that. So with Time Splitters, you can have levels that are set in all the different time periods, so you can have that, you know. One level you can have Thompsons and dynamite sticks. The next one it can be the 70s, you know, so you have revolvers and stuff like that. Yeah, we're just doing a little bit of Agrax Earth Shade on the rib, just kind of make it look, you know, like used, weathered a little bit. is. Alright, still have some stuff to fix on it, but there's our piece of scatter terrain for tonight. The best thing about painting terrain, it's kind of similar to models, but the best thing I like about painting terrain is once you have it painted, once it's finished, that is a piece of terrain. I know, right? Stating the obvious here. But as something that you can use and put wherever you want, you know, and use whenever you want, and you have it painted and ready. You know, and terrain, I think, really makes games pop. Whether you're doing it for the content, for like battle reports like that, or you're doing it just for yourself and for fun, it really kind of sets you into the game, in my opinion. I think terrain is huge. Nice, Saudi chocolate chip. Okay, I like it. No, I like it. Are you gonna paint the boots as like Timberlands? You know, name a more iconic look than like straight up tan Timberland boots with, you know, Saudi chocolate chip. Oh, classic. He's like, yeah, no, probably not. I noticed one of the channel, I think it's like 40K in 40 minutes. I don't know the name. That's the name of the video. I don't know the channel. I think it's Play on Tabletop or something like that. If you look at their orcs, like their channel army of orcs, they're doing a lot of like Miami-style neon paint schemes. Like there's a lot of cyan blue and purple and stuff like that, you know. I think like one of their models has like a giant chain, which I think is hilarious. So it's not just us quick at a shot, other people are thinking about it too. Yes, they do. So, I mean, I'll look for you real quick. I think right now only your company commander can be horseback. But let me double check for you before I'm wrong. There is the Baron. He's a character you can buy. I don't know if he's in the 3rd edition rules yet, but let me check real quick for you before I am completely wrong. But off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure the Imperial Japanese, only the company commander and his team, like his retinue as it were, can actually be horseback. Cavalry will be huge for the Empire of Japan if we get it, which is, they did have it. They had a couple remnant White Russians and Cossacks that they used in the Manchurian Empire army. Alright. Okay, here it is. Yep. Okay. So for your headquarters team, your officers. So a company commander, it can be taken as regular or veteran. One officer and up to 2 further men. They can have a pistol, submachine gun, or a rifle as depicted on the model. We haven't got our rulebook yet, so you don't have to pay for your weapon just yet. A captain or major may be mounted on a horse for +3 points, gaining the cavalry special role. So it doesn't say if it's 2 adjutants can. So far, that's it. Just the company commander. So the captain or the major can. Fortunately, that's all I got. I'm sorry. Chocobos. That's awesome. Or, Ginny, what about, like, raptors? You know, they found, like, some dinosaurs or something like that, like Hollow Earth Theory, you know, you could have Imperial Japanese Cavalry on raptors. That'd be fucking awesome. All right, I have some touch up to do on it, but here we go. Here's our piece of terrain. We'll put our models by it so you can kind of see what it looks like a little bit. As you can see, height-wise, that's about right. See, I missed a piece of the line there. Let me grab that real quick. There we go. Matches the rest of the line on it. I like it. All right. Not a bad stream, not a bad stream. We got a lot done. I was just about on time too for once. Glad I was able to finally get able to get a Sunday stream in. Work wasn't too crazy, so I was actually able to get off on time to start the stream. Good news, of course. As far as video production, I hit a snag production error on my video, so it's slowing down my video process. As you can tell, the program I use to make my thumbnails is acting up. That's why I haven't put a thumbnail on yesterday's stream, and there won't be one on today's stream until I fix that. Should be able to fix that early tomorrow. Then I can get back to working on the video. I owe a buddy some vocal lines, working on some models here. And I think after I put out the teasers, the next video I'll put out is probably a video talking about the Clash of the Caribbean event. And that's really it. That's what's on my docket, the stuff I'm looking at, the stuff I'm doing. But other than that, I hope to see you guys next weekend. We'll be painting more terrain. I'm working on my vow. We got to base our mummies. That's what's next. Basing the poor guys. And some sand. And working on some more terrain. Gotta get the terrain ready for the event. Other than that, it was a fun stream. I was a little bit quieter. Hope you guys are okay with that. Just a little bit fatigued, but no big deal. It was still a good vibe, good chill. We had some good discussion, talked about some fun stuff. And more importantly, it was a paint and chat, and I did a little bit more painting than chatting, and I actually got a whole piece of scatter terrain done, which is a huge boon for me. I'm always glad to knock something like that out. We did put some cool links in there. I sent a link, if you want to scroll back through the chat, there's a link taking you to a Captain America model from Anvil Miniatures, plus they have a really cool giant like bat thing. Again, I'm not sponsored, but that's kind of cool. For people doing jungle terrain, one thing we talked about, aquarium decor, the statues and the rocks. Take a model with you so you can kind of compare, you know, that way you get a good scale. And also on Amazon, there's something called, I put the description in the chat. You can just type in 28mm river, and there's little like 2D river, like one side's a river, one side's a road. Absolutely awesome for putting down roads or rivers on your maps. I highly recommend it. I have like 3 sets of them. Super useful. But other than that, we passed around some good advice. So I thought it was a good stream. We had some new people joining, which was always kind of cool. Some people who hadn't been in for a while, they were finally able to catch one, which made me happy. Do Tiki stream of electronic fish heads. For those of you guys going to sleep, I hope you do have Tiki style dreams of electric fish heads. For you guys headed to work, I hope you get the perfect parking spot that's underneath the tree, but not a tree that's pollinating or dripping sap, but it's still shady enough where when you get in your car, you don't burn your hand on the steering wheel. And as always, I hope you guys stay safe, stay hydrated, and don't forget to relax today, because you're on Tiki time.
Shipwrecked soldiers on wooden sand, type of rifles in hand, hooligan gals with summer smiles, no war drums, just beach for miles. Ghost park by Tiki lights, shadows dance in tropic nights, sand beneath where boots once stood, paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moods, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope, coconuts and crude soap, imperial dreams, fade and sun, warriors turn beach bums. Shine to ocean gods we raise, praying for forgotten days, sake in the campfire glow, life's a surfboard